Alrighty, hello everyone, my name is Caden and welcome back to more Hollow Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, or in our case, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. Last time, we did all the exploration for the second part of Episode 5, and I think we're going to be ending Episode 5 today. Obviously, I'm still going to do the DLC case, don't worry about that, but in terms of main story, this is the finale here, I'm pretty sure. So, let's get to it. Trial time. This is going to be fun. Oh boy. May 19th, 8:50 a.m., High Court of Kurine. Oh boy. Oh dear. Hoo boy. We're off to a rockin' start, aren't we? May 19th, 9:28 a.m. or 9:28. High Court of Kurine, accused lobby. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters are demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. Divination seance. The victim's final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. But they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kurine. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Oh. Hey, Jay! Here you go, just like I promised. Hey, thank you. The Founder's Orb. The Founder's form has appeared from within. It seems only the Queen knows the Founder's real name. Thanks, Stats. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the Slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Great. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act too. Yeah, Nayu said something to that effect. That witch Garime wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once for all. The fate of the revolution and every Kurinese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We're fine. I'm going to win this one, you'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. Here we go. The big trial begins. May 19th, High Court of Kurine. Hello. All rise. Let the trial of Dirk Solimati begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Naida. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Kurine and the assassination of the former queen, Amaris Sigata Kurine. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadamati? Say something? Prosecutor Sadamati? Oh, yes, of course. Please, proceed. What's with him? How very unlike you, prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, your majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nayuda? Well, Prosecutor Saramati, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the accused, Dirk Saramati. You have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of problem, your majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. Can he really handle this? Even if it is Prosecutor Samai, going against some far is just... How can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Uh-oh. Dirk? Uh-oh. Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuda? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Saramati has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations.
Objection!
Wait, who is that? Uh-oh. One moment, if you would. Oh, no. Your Eminence! Your Eminence! What brings you here?
Oh god. We have to deal with two prosecutors, and one's the queen.
Your Majesty, it would appear that Prosecutor Saramati does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me? Nayuda Saramati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none. No. It is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown, Dirk Saramati, personally. But remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? There's no need for concern. Before we were crowned Queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garon Sigata Akurain. First your Majesty, and now this. Why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? I'd heard she'd served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor? I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had won guilty verdicts in every case until then, but no lawyer could stand up to us. I'm at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all of our might. Uh-oh.
Evil! Oh dear.
Oh, what a magnificent sight! The Queen's retired from her prosecutor days. I think we'd get to see it once more.
What the... That's Queen Garon? Talk about an extreme makeover. Oh dear. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Kurine, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite, pre-makeover personality? Know this, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defensive bench at a headsman's scaffold.
If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is.
Me? She's dead serious. Oh, crap. Wait. Wait. Oh, that's actually a big problem. I need to improvise. Sorry, my headphones. Still need battery. The best way I'm going to get it is by swapping chargers around. Also, this seems pretty dang cool, actually. Let's see if this won't reach. I need to take off my headphones. Apologies! This is not how I intended this to go. Great! We're off to a fantastic start, aren't we, Apollo? Put this. There we go. Okay. Swap this. You go through your own transformation. I go through my own, apparently, except you can't see it. It's an audio or headphone transformation. Give me a few more seconds. Put this. Where's the plug? Here's the plug. Put it on my head. Alright, I'm about covered in cords, but it'll do. Alright, apologies on that.
Now, it is time for the divination seance. Rafa, come forth.
Oh dear.
No.
Your benevolence. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
It's alright.
Your benevolence? I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance?
Yes, let us proceed.
Forgive me for asking. Are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today, she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday.
Rafa?
Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed.
We must speak with our child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us.
Discipline? Coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Oh. Wait. Ron didn't do something to her, did she? Your Eminence, about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan?
Prosecutor Saramari, would you care to explain your actions?
Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case.
You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rafa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this?
Not at all.
You're concerned for me, Prosecutor Saramari?
That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, Your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believe we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear.
Prosecutor Saramari, Your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance?
Can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest?
We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rafa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the Royal Priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should?
I really don't like this woman.
Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved.
Poor Rafa. Is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see.
Very well. Let us begin. The divination seance. Nina, my robe. Oh,
Looks like Nana's still missing. It's been a whole day already.
Barbed Head.
Yes?
You removed my robe.
What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Nana's replacement. Don't know how I feel about that one. Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you are ready.
Come, Rafa. You know what must be done. There's no turning back now. I know.
Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting. And once again, we are going to skip this, considering we always see it!
Oh, holy, let
Oh,
the
you- oh,
oh,
yeah.
so that we may...
Oh, damn. Alright. What are the final memories of the accused? Or of the victim? What did Inga see in his last moments alive? Guys, stop! Stop her! Medic! Your benevolence! What's wrong? Help her!
This is unacceptable.
Bailiff, take your benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly?
It seems she was not ready for what the deceased was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing.
Hello, G-Met, and welcome to the stream. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year ever. I mean, of course Rafa's going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child.
It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty?
Oh, yes. Let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness if you would. I assume it's going to be Emma for diagnostic. Who? Is that Emma? That's not Emma. That's, hi. Is this not the accused?
It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. But true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution.
That seems uncharacteristically fair of her.
However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders.
What? I should have known there was a catch. Your courts, your rules, same as it always was, I see, Gron. Now then, Mr. Dirk Solomati, if you would enlighten us as to what had happened? Well, I would, if I could. Yeah, he said he doesn't actually really remember what happened. Dirk explains himself. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. And lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I've no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It goes against everything I believe in. Dirk, you gotta give me something to work with here. That didn't explain squat.
For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Guy Masters already played it. I have played this game in the past a long time ago, so I don't really remember the full story. The only thing I know for certain is that, I mean, obviously, if the person in front of us didn't look evil enough as is, I know she's the villain at the very least. As to the specifics or whatnot, I can't say I remember too much. All I know is, well, obviously she's the villain. Even if I hadn't played the game in the past, I also feel like that would have been easy to guess. You couldn't get a more evil-looking design. I like it. It's just funny. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sodomati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Seriously, Dirk? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Grom wanted. Have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably. How low can she go?
Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair?
Yes, Your Eminence.
Show me the way.
Now then, will the defense please begin their cross-examination? Not exactly sure if there's anything here that I can get, but let's just press everything and see what appears. If anything. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. I feel like that's gonna be the big thing to figure out. Why would he suddenly get dizzy?
Hold it!
You were struck by a sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? Is that something that has ever happened to you before? I can't say that it has. Maybe you're just catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all. That's not the issue here.
A most cunning excuse. One befitting an insidious insurgent.
Oh?
A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Objection!
Oh! Don't make me laugh, Your Malevolence. Oh!
How dare you?
I'm merely stating my innocence. I've no intention of offering excuses. I like that, Your Malevolence. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch.
Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now in this very hall?
Well, that would certainly speed things along.
Hold it!
Stop, Dirk! We're gonna die too! Dirk, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? Anything to stop you from needling the queen?
Next time you have an objection, you'd better have some proof to go with it, Dirk.
The accused will continue with what he does recall of the crime. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. Alright. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Yes? You're just gonna object and say nothing? What? You called, Your Eminence! She just okay. Did she go anywhere without those goons?
Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it?
No, Your Eminence. We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort.
And there you have it.
Oh, right. They did search the place.
Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape.
That's right. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Your Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless.
Do you see now? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world.
What a waste of time. How could it be more obvious? Dirk must have been the killer.
Thanks for nothing, gallery guy. As if our graves aren't already deep enough.
Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party?
Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. Dirk, you didn't have to agree with her, Dirk.
Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony.
Very well, Mr. Salamati, if you would. It's like, the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing, and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it, too. The possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is probably non-existent. So, there are 3 people of guarantee, at the very least, we know of in there. Which is, obviously it was Inga, the victim. There's Maya, the person being kidnapped, and Dirk, who ran in. Is there any piece of evidence that suggests a third an extra party? 3. I mean, let's see. Look through everything. Obviously not the father. Stab. Tomb diagram. Stab in the back with a knife. Inga's button doesn't prove that. That's Dirk's. What I want to know is whose blood is this? There's unidentified blood. You know what? I'm actually going to test that. That seems very possible. I feel like that might actually be my ticket to moving forward. There very well might be an extra person.
Objection!
Yeah. Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated. Because I can show you how there might have been a third party in that tomb.
Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale.
We did a luminol test at the crime scene. And we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime.
Oh? And to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong?
Bloodstain belongs to... It has to belong to the real killer, right? That's the only thing that makes sense. The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. And since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This, too, is a known fact.
Objection!
I don't know about that one, but a blood stain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there.
Very well then. Tell me this. Where was the third party hiding?
Oh, crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere where no one would dare to look. Somewhere no one would dare to look. There is one spot. Just have your answer, defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden? The only spot that makes sense is the sarcophagus. Because, I mean, everyone thinks that there's a dead body in there.
Take that!
No one's gonna willingly just do that, open that up. There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard. And that would be... inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. But if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time.
This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed.
But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True. The guards were so scared of being cursed, they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines.
Well, now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Such insolence!
Oh dear.
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders.
Huh? But the trial's not even over.
Whoa!
How soon you'll forget. You're already on the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment.
All I did was request a DNA test. Also, do you have the power of wind?
There's no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now.
Here you are, Your Eminence!
The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor, Dirk Salamati.
That's Dirk's blood? Wait, what? How? What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Dirk's illness. Of course. Still, there was a lot of blood. Did he really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad?
Oh, shoot. You got me.
So it's Dirk's blood.
Pay attention, Horn Devil, but this case has already been solved. You claim that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not?
Oh, crap. About that.
Did you or did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense?
Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is.
Ugh! Fell right into her trap! Do you see now? The folly in the imposing the very embodiment of the law. Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime. It is beyond the realm of possibility.
No! Brave people, Queen Garon! The Ramses's legal tactics are beyond compare!
Hate to say this, but she really got us good.
The key to Amar's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it.
Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous.
I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Salamati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt. has been betrayed your cause by resorting to murder.
No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why Gron allows to cross Sam and Dirk, by establishing his guilt in Inga's murder. She's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True. Now we have an even bigger problem.
And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions.
Huh?
Now, I shall pass judgment upon the criminal, Dirk Sodomati.
What's this? You shall pass judgment? But, Your Eminence, is that not my role?
Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed.
What? What the hell? This is my job!
As Queen of Khura'in, I shall not pass judgment upon the accused. Not good.
Not even the judge is cool with this.
Objection!
You can't do that. Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut.
Know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me.
Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we've got to keep this trial going. Sure that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. Well, what if that's not true? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? It might just work.
Now I get to do this. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense.
Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb?
What nonsense is this?
Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? After the body was found? Well, obviously not. How could Inga have died after the body was found? No. So the only thing that makes sense at that point is that it would be before he entered the tomb, right? Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Mr. Inga was already dead?
That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable.
Why, of course.
I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb.
You didn't even see Inga once until he was dead.
Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance.
Which means it could have been planted. You wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime.
I see. Well, that certainly does make sense.
So far so good. This might actually work.
Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all of this. I could do with a distraction. Yes! Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain.
Could you stop slamming that damn book?
Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now.
But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? Bruh, at this point I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna go get lunch.
I hope you're feeling better, Your Benevolence.
What? Must I perform the divination seance?
What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony at this time.
Just let the poor kid go.
How could my testimony be of any value?
Your Benevolence? Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again.
Prosecutor Samari, may I ask something of you?
Of course, Your Benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
From where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother. And only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her. I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see. Be that as it may, Your Benevolence, it has no bearing upon the trial here today.
So, there's no need to let it trouble you. I know.
Ron told Rafa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it, but what could it be?
Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify.
Very well then, Your Benevolence. Your testimony, if you please.
This is just a sad trial, honestly. Everyone feels like they're being held hostage by Garan. What Rafa witnessed.
On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Mars' tomb.
Wait a minute.
Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30 p.m.
Your second floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father. And at about 2:30?
Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So, after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered.
The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband.
Or so she'd like us to believe.
Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head.
Forgive me, Your Eminence, but first, let us allow the defense to question the witness.
Oh, thank goodness I actually have the judge on my side for once. Probably only because he's upset that the queen took away his job.
What Rafa witnessed. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda.
Hold it!
Okay. You say you'd been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time.
There's much that weighs in my mind.
I see. She really does sound troubled. I don't think she ever fully recovered from her previous trial.
Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule the kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. and most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to that task.
I guess it's not easy being a princess. Your benevolence. I'd be happy to lend an ear if you ever like to talk.
What would you know of my woes? Do not presume to exceed your station in life.
Sheesh, teenagers. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda?
Well,
Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Mars' tomb. Alright.
Hold it!
Did your father seem different or troubled in any way?
let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing.
There was?
Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color.
He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened?
I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream.
Maybe it was a nightmare about being raked over the coals by the queen?
It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm.
Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness's last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony. So, my father let out a scream and came dashing out of his room, his face pale. Why would he be pale in the face?
Hold it!
Why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out?
I didn't see anyone else. Just my father.
The last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Press softly. Your benevolence.
Yes?
This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know I know how you feel.
Please, stop. You presume too much.
It's times like these that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something?
I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, Hornhead.
Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. Yeah, he's probably right.
Now, back to my testimony.
Alright, sorry, Rafa. But it's time to get serious.
Hold it!
Rafa, your benevolence. Let's have some details. The more the better.
Details, you say?
Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Come on. Well, is that a yes or a no?
Foreign devil. I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I'd stopped him then.
I think you've struck a nerve. A rather obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2, but father was the only one I saw. That doesn't add up. There's something you should have seen, that should be mentioned here, I feel. You wouldn't happen to remember a dog, do you?
Objection!
Your benevolence. You're covering for someone, aren't you?
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that, around 2 p.m., his dog got loose and ran to the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone.
That's Nina's. I mean, nothing! Never mind!
A little late on that one, Missy. You fool of a daughter. Seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday.
No!
So, where is she? Please, your benevolence. Tell us what you really saw.
It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence.
I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Because, my mother told me not to.
What? Would you care to explain, your eminence?
I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
Bull? What are you talking about? You don't get to decide.
Insolence!
If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand.
Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana.
Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nina, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard.
Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Huh.
Yes, but only for a moment.
A moment's all that's needed. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Your benevolence. Are you sure no one else was there?
Yes.
She's hiding something again. I don't even need my bracelet for this. What about Nana? Were you able to help her?
When I got down to the courtyard, Nina she was gone.
Gone?
Yes, and I never saw her again after that.
Any idea what happened?
That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up.
No. I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The only question is what? I feel like she might know why Nana disappeared, the real reason, and it might have something to do with what the hat, right? Why do you suppose Nana disappeared? Even an educated guess would help.
For example,
maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child? You know, something like that. Oh dear.
such impudence. Nina would not leave me merely for acting spoiled.
You're not even going to deny your behavior? In any case, it seems I was wrong. Moving right along. Rafa must know something. Do you know where she went? Do you have any idea where Nina disappeared to?
What do you mean?
Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb. And it just so happens that Nina disappeared right at that moment.
No.
Wait, you think Nina had something to do with this murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nina occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Rafa's attendant really be the killer?
But that would mean... First my father, and now Nina. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Uh-oh.
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb. That much is certain.
How can you be so sure?
When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed curse spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes. Yes, it is.
What about it?
While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had truly entered the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband, Inga.
Huh? Then...
I need water.
That's right. Nana never did go to the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana.
That's right! Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. But why would she go in there?
Now do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone to the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination.
Another glorious deduction! All hail the genius that is Her Eminence Queen Garon! Bow down before a glory witless lawyer.
Could those guys fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nana not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence. What time was it when that dog attacked Nana?
I believe it was about 2:15 p.m.
I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... I know what you're getting at! Yeah, that might explain his scream.
Would the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream?
Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because... he was attacked by Nana? Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime.
Objection!
Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body is found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved?
Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility... If I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe that, personally. That doesn't sound right. I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. That being said, he was still attacked. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nana's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe where he was stabbed and where he died are two completely different locations. What do you mean? It's just, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb.
I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible.
Prosecutor Salamati, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of?
Perhaps.
But I believe he himself does not understand what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on that analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. So, he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed.
Oh my. Are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back?
Well, yes. That's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga saw Nana with a knife. Let her scream, and when he turned his back to her and flee. Right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, Your Majesty, does my theory hold water?
Such insolence!
I think that answers my question.
How dare you bore me like this?
Huh?
You are a humorless moron spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence.
Prosecutor, enline this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing.
Your Eminence. Not again, damn it! Stop! Ayuda?
You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain.
Now, hold on. No, stop. I actually have an explanation for that.
Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain.
I have an explanation! Fine, stop! Now, he has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Oh, yeah. I don't someone gonna ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right. There must be something that explains this. Ugh, there's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain. Are you all stupid? And the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well. Please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice he had been stabbed? Are you... this is honestly embarrassing for Garon, because this is your husband you're talking about. You should know about his own freaking back pain.
Take that!
Those are my father's painkiller shots.
The defense will explain the significance of this evidence.
Mr. Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence.
You can't mean.
Mr. Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he had been stabbed.
What? What's this? Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back?
I am, Your Majesty.
So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well.
Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nana in his private quarters. Oh god!
Holy mother of crime! Are we dealing with the living dead here?
Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Mr. Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss.
Nina killed my father. There must be some mistake.
The defense would like to call Nana to the stand.
Objection!
You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever.
Well, there's no real proof, but...
What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now?
I'm sorry, Rafa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Nana's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now.
You fool of a lawyer. I know why you're so desperate to prove the accused innocent.
You do?
Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives.
No. The simple fact is I've always believed that Dirk is innocent.
Bah. Still you cling to your pretense. Very well. I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution.
Is this some sort of joke?
Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. Even with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate.
She wasn't kidding when she said he's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong.
Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom, and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer?
If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Nice try, Garon. It looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so don't worry. I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo.
But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me?
I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me.
You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing?
I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment.
Even if that punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead?
Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it, it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that.
A duty you're willing to die for. And yet, I...
Duty. It's a heavy burden, alright. Rafa looks like she's really struggling.
Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. And that means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Very well, then. If the defense is prepared to face a death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt.
Unless if the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect.
Do we have anything like that?
Well, lawyer, do you have any evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations?
If she thinks I can't do this, she's got another thing coming. First, I have some serious thing to do. I'd say that new evidence indicating a different suspect... In a matter of speaking, yes, but in a matter of speaking, no. Such evidence does not exist.
Just as I thought. I was so hoping you present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head.
That I didn't walk head first into that one, then. So, what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need? even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Wright. Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting... It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty. A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case it has yet to be taken in its trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with one step. You mean you will be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Master Inga? And just how do you propose that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help?
From someone?
Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? Rafa, it's your time to shine. You can do it.
Take that!
But that is...
You? Me?
Here in Kurine, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Rafa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. It would be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you in your power.
You need me.
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time, or was it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now.
Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty?
Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyways? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. Indeed. It would be problematic. Under Kurani's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
I can change the rules. Must you try my patience, so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall.
Huh?
As ruling sovereign of Kurine, I proclaim the following.
You bastard!
Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional.
What? She has the power to do that! She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand.
Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Such insolence!
Rafa, do not be fooled by his loyally guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death.
You have this, Rafa. You can do it.
But Hornhead needs my help. Rafa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you're prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapse in the most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. Was not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone. This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless?
Wow, how could you say that to her own daughter? Don't do this, Rafa.
So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt.
Very well, Horn Devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent.
Really?
However, should Rafa fail once more, You two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life in calling Rafer to perform a divination seance?
The only way forward is there's only one way forward. Let's do it. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you.
Hornhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death.
I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I mean, that's only understandable. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage.
My courage.
Ah, so she was doomed to fail. She didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right. And that's a bet I'm willing to take.
But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I have also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
No, you're wrong. I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all.
Huh?
In the trials I've been a part of here in Kurine, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth.
Vital leads? My seances.
So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafer, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave the sacred hall at once.
Come on, Rafa.
No. What did you just say? I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Kurine. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead and his Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk.
Your benevolence?
Mother taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barbed had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana. I believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor.
You've got this, Rafa.
So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Kurine should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again.
That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggles so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength.
As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through.
Your Eminence, The royal priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient.
Mother, I'm done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen. Though I am scared to see my father's death. I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today.
Rafa. You got this, Rafa.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Here we go. Your Eminence? It seems the princess is more grown up than you thought.
Rafa.
Well then, let's proceed with the divination seance.
The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us. Let's do it.
You got this, Rafa!
O Holy Mother,
Wait.
let the Ode so that we may...
These are the same. As long as it still stays the same, then I'm still going to skip it. Alright, for real this time. What is Inga's final moments? Grapes, incense, sour. Okay, Holy Mother. Footsteps, his own. Incense gets stronger as he moves there. Man's voice. Pain. Footsteps.
What the? Huh? What? Explosion? Laughter? I'm more concerned by the man had no face.
What in the...
A faceless being.
That it. Wait! What the heck? Wait, that actually. Purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Does he... Is he unable to somehow see people's faces? That would make sense of why he has this. If for some reason he just couldn't, like, identify somebody's face. What the heck? His face, it's just like... that picture of the founder. Was he killed by the Holy Mother? I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see.
Father, what was it? What was it you saw?
Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw?
Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed.
How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inga for planning a coup? Divine Wrath, the Holy Mother? Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings.
Talking about a sharp left turn to the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. Laughter. That laugh. Who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. But that figure didn't even have a mouth. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claimed that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters. And, feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. Yeah, I had a feeling that part was coming.
But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less.
Oh, that.
Therefore, as I said it all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb.
Everything just backfired! Big time!
Wow. Ron has the devil's own luck, doesn't she?
Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words.
Alright, Rafa, help us out here. You got this, Rafa.
Insight. What is our insight for today?
Rafa's insight.
At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh.
I actually already see a problem there. So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretation of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. There's already something I see that points to... Well, first off, we have to actually do it not with evidence, but... So, let's see. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had... So, he heard a man's voice. I can't... Here's the thing. A man's voice could be literally anybody. There could be a hidden character in this trial for all we know. So I don't know how... Like... I don't know how I exactly feel about this.
Objection!
Rafa, could you... Your benevolence. There seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation.
An inconsistency? Where?
Mr. Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. Oh yeah, wouldn't he have just like freaked out about Dirk's existence there? When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Why? That's a rebel man, isn't it? That's strange, right? Literally the man who's wanted. What do you, like, sure, he probably knows that Dirk's revolution is non-violent, but that doesn't change the fact that Dirk could still probably hurt him. He was waiting for Dirk to arrive at the Founder's orb. But when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind?
Then whose voice was it?
You know, what if it was his own? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk.
The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. Something Inga had? What did he have? With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga heard with this. Oh! The phone!
That's... my father's...
I know this must be hard for you, but could you please take a look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. It was someone on the phone. This is the real source of the man's voice. He was on the phone.
a cell phone?
Right. I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on the cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence's view on the matter?
I concede the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision.
Alright, let's get some clear insight. Subordinate's voice.
It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates.
Okay. So... Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then?
My father had members of the secret police position throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Your Benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise.
I know, Barbed Head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty.
Glad to see you taking charge, at least. My father then took a call from a subordinate at the palace. Okay. So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might have been some other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at the Rafa's insights and really focus on various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Whoopsie daisy. I first want to save. Grapes, incense, sour. Whoopsie daisy. Incense. Subordinate's voice. Lions roar, dogs bark? Wait! Wait! That's it! I know when this was! That's a warbot! And dogs bark. I know which dog that is. We have now officially found a way of changing the time here. Select. Dogs bark.
Objection!
Apparently that wasn't the key. The Benevolence! But I know this is right. It has to be. That's a pretty big hole there. Is there anything else that's changed, just to be safe? Explosion? Why would an explosion occur? Let's try this.
Objection!
So, could you explain why there's a lion on the other end? I hate to break it to your Benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again.
What do you mean? Again?
Smooth move, Paulo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory.
What do you mean by that?
A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claimed the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there?
No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog.
Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's house is... Wait! That's your pet! Nice!
Besides, there aren't any lions in Crine. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid.
Well, I'll get that solved later. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the bazaar. Isn't that the cry of a warbad over in the bazaar?
Ah!
Your Benevolence, do you think you could clarify the voice for me?
Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision.
You got this. Warbad's cry. There we go.
What's this?
Bingo. Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbad. That means the subordinate Mr. Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace.
But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have?
She's right. It is important to know where the call was made from. Is it? I'd say it's very vital. Insanely vital, in fact. Ah, that's the wrong button! What am I saying? Considering what happened in the bazaar. It's actually very important. I thought it was opposite, man! Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot.
But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area.
Right! Go to Apollo. Tell her. Tell Ray for the real source of that sound. Will do.
Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was this true source of that explosive sound?
It was dots! It was freaking dots!
Take that!
It was freaking...
What is that?
It's I'll be your guide's statement. In it, he claims that That's a Rebel threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar.
Then,
Bing bang! Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
ah!
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Mr. Inga's gun. How do you explain that?
Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged?
No, I have none.
Wait a sec. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... It was Dad's laughing! No, it can't be! It was Dad's! Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of Starling Appleby with his Dragon's Knot snaps. That's a rebel. The happy-go-lucky That's a Rebel.
What?
Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Hey there, HAPW, y'all can thank me later. I'm going to strangle you, Dots. You make this more complicated. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Rebel. Your Benevolence, do you need to revise your insight?
It would appear so.
Damn it, Dots. I swear to God. From a subordinate at the bazaar, the true source of that loud bang was the firecracker Dots threw. And that final laugh belonged to none other than Dots himself. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Rafa's insight again. Okay. I think I've got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. But this definitively proves that he was killed at like 2, right? Because this all happened at 2 o'clock. So let's watch through it one more time. Footsteps. Subordinate's voice. I just want to check if anything else has changed. Wait Well, I don't know. I still think...
Objection!
No? Their benevolence! Help! Pain. Footsteps. Hmm. Ooh, this one's actually really tough. Wait. The final act belonged to none other than Dots himself. Warbods cry. Dogs bark. Huh. I want to see what the game says to pause at. Oh, wait. Was I right and it was just at a different spot? Where does it ask me to pause at? So I was right on the statement at first. It was around the...
Objection!
The explosion? Your benevolence. There's a glaring problem with this insight.
There is.
You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know that what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious question here. What evidence conflicts with this claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.? I think this should definitively just prove that it couldn't have been Dirk, because the time of death, Dirk was with us an hour prior, basically. He should have been. So unless you got proof of how he teleported, for God's sakes.
Take that!
I'll be your guide's statement. Again? Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? That's right. 2 p.m. Not 3 p.m.
Are you suggesting...
Indeed I am. I think you know where I'm going with this. That's left at the cry of the warbod and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statements, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely unlikely that the deceased's final moments were at 2, rather than 3 as we had originally thought.
Dare I ask?
You know exactly what that means. It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb.
Okunka! Ugh. How can this be? Are you saying that the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Oh, ow!
Now you see why justice will always prevail.
Ouch!
That hurt to look at. The snap of the nails.
Ugh. Peace! Peace, I say! Now then, Defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that?
I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face.
You're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was.
Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright. Which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him.
So then, what are we meant to make of this 1 hour difference?
Wait, 2 o'clock. That's when... my mother was performing the rite of channeling.
Huh? The past gods had all been resigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite.
Don't tell me. The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded.
Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb.
Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused?
Indeed. That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection!
Huh? Uh-oh, no. Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been clear as day. He's got a point. Anyone who knows about the divination seance would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is why? Apollo. Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show in the seance. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. That's it! That's why he had this then! He really can't see people's faces. The only thing he can see are really specific features. For Nana, the purple hat, the glasses, the diamond-shaped tattoo on her forehead. For Dirk it's the long hair, the eye patch, the blue clothes. And for Wright, it's the spiky hair, the pink tie, and the blue clothes. Why else would he write all this stuff? He can't see people's faces, so the only way he can identify people is by memorizing like specific things about them. What if Inga had it? Then are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. If he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really?
Well, Defense, do you have anything to show that to this court?
Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over again. What explains why the face of Mr. Inga's killer is absent in the seance vision? The reason is because he literally cannot view faces.
A notepad?
Yes, it was found in Mr. Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics.
And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer how?
The vision we saw was exactly what Mr. Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him.
What's this?
I believe Mr. Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics.
Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me.
Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? Don't hide it.
He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there's no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia.
So Mr. Wright was right.
The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There's precedent for this.
So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right. So there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence? Who knew about your husband's condition?
A small number of servants who tend to his needs. And me. Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime.
Oh, no, Your Eminence. So, could she have done it? Ron has an alibi, remember? Oh, right. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case... Your Eminence, does Nana know about Minister Inga's disorder?
Of course she does. She's our head servant.
Bingo. So as head servant, she knew about Mr. Inga's condition, and as the princess's personal attendant, she's familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
Ah, she brought out the fan.
You witless lawyer. How quick you are to forget the facts.
Facts like?
When Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2. Yet that is impossible. For Rafa saw him at 2:30.
Ah! We did completely forget about that. Yeah, I did too. What? How? That's impossible. No, there must be some mistake.
So you see, the murder could have only happened at 3. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There's no other answer to this puzzle.
Ah, why don't we ever get to make up answers like Ron makes up laws? Guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. Our deductions so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see. And without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Could it have been someone disguised as him? Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Apollo, did you just... I did! I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. There is actually one way, potentially. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong at all. Despite Mr. Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. You have gone off the rails. The Minister Inga her benevolence saw was, in fact... It would have had to... This is probably going to get me in trouble, but... Someone channeling him! It was the deceased being channeled. You know what? I'm gonna... I don't suddenly feel very confident. Someone disguises him. It was someone disguised as Minister Inga.
But I saw his face. I have no doubt that it was my father.
Then, maybe you have that facial recognition disorder too?
That's utter hogwash, Hordehead.
Why don't you prove it then? Would you really still recognize me without these horns?
That look you make when when trying to dig yourself out of a hole with such nonsense. It is forever etched into my brain. I couldn't forget that imbecilic visage if I wanted to. If you don't believe me, how about I yank those horns off your head? Then we'll see.
No, thank you. I'm kind of attached to them. Okay, on to the next idea. Is it actually that he was being channeled? It was the deceased being channeled. It's the only way a man who's already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? That's right. And there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Kurine. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister.
It would seem that you are not ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time in which my husband was seen?
Eminence,
here's a scroll. I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there too.
Nair does to keep up with her schedule, too. What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her.
That cannot be.
So then, Inga's scream, that was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Mr. Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead.
Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man walking.
I...
Oh god!
I get the feeling using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be?
The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand.
Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness?
It matters not. Either way, this loyal shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments.
Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth.
Very well. There's agenda until the next witness is ready.
Oh boy! We move forward! Whoa. May 19th, High Court of Kurain Accused Lobby.
Talk about some really close shaves.
Well, you can't get a closer shave than the headsman's, brand blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet and I'm already exhausted.
Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there.
Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but, do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. That's all it was, so she should be okay.
Barbed head. Hornhead.
What is Athena, then? Spindly head? Oh, hello, Your Benevolence. Princess Rafa. You were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Yeah, you're real cool in there. Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. In doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess.
It's all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude.
Oh, don't mention it.
I know. I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I should reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage.
Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks.
But I thought you Americans liked massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know.
Hey, you! Lawyers! Where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? Don't tell me he escaped! That's a good question. That's what happened! I blew it big time, AJ. Des? Shut up, you! What's going on? The scoundrel tried to escape with the accused! What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found! Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I don't know anywhere he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now. Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You want to know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late.
What?
Doesn't mean he's gone to rescue her. That's what I am telling you. That's why I helped him escape in the first place.
Yes, do you realize what you've done?
Well, what's done is done. Still, why do you choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block.
Why, Dirk? I thought you'd believe in me.
Don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amar. You'll see.
That's not the point, Dots.
Listen, lawyer. You let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready.
Wait, the trial's still on? Even without the defendant?
Those were Her Eminence's orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Oh, dear. Great, Dirk! Just fan-freaking-tastic, huh? Thanks for throwing it in the... Just thanks for doing this.
Now then, let's resume the trial at hand.
Your Majesty. My client's gone. He just dipped.
Well, I don't know. What do you want me to do? I'm a judge. Not a freaking, like, officer. What do you think, Your Eminence? Shall we proceed without the accused?
Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting.
Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings?
Oh, dear.
Then I shall simply revise it.
Great. This is not okay, the fact that you can just do this on a whim.
As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia.
Why do you have that power? Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with it, the proceeding.
What's next? I swear to God, she's gonna write a law like,
It is now illegal for people with spiky hair to exist.
and I'm just going to have like, it's gonna be like the beginning of Xenoblade 1 with Mumkar being targeted by 50 laser. No. Hi, Maya. Sorry to summon you like this, Maya.
Getting dragged out of bed into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick.
I'm sorry, Miss Faye. It was my idea.
And you are?
Wow, thanks, Phoenix. You never told Maya about you. Damn it. Oh, right. I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you.
Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick told me all about you.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, Nick.
You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right?
Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. You beat me in court, right?
So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again?
No, you're not. No. Stop getting kidnapped or arrested in some fashion, for the love of God. Even you understand it. Huh? I guess no one's filled her in. Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk Samadi, and you're here as a witness.
What? Dirk's been arrested? But...
That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
What?
Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least, that is what the defense claims.
Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How'd you even reach that conclusion?
Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, you will testify. Will you testify, Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh boy. Channeling the minister.
I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
Maya? It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga.
And if her words prove to be true, Defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you?
Yes, of course.
It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying.
Apollo, Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. And I guess I'd better dig a bit and try get her to open up to me first.
Yeah, she's hiding something.
You know something about the crime. I mean, you were literally a witness.
There's one statement that I immediately want to press. I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have a chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. And, though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with.
Hold it!
Maya, can you talk about that? Sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs.
Sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law.
Yeah, I know.
Then you have to open up. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job.
So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
You made a promise to Dirk.
A pretty big one.
I think this is about all you're going to get out of her. Yeah. Maya seems really confused. But you can't blame her for not knowing what happened.
True. After all, first she was kidnapped and now she's wrapped up in a murder case.
We'll have to fill her in if she gives her testimony.
Hold it!
Alright, let's talk then. You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct?
I was exhausted after being held captive for so long.
That must have been terrible. Maya, Mr. Inga didn't do anything to you, did he?
Oh, no, but it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things.
Like, what?
Like, I'm really craving burgers and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plum Punisher. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me.
Huh? Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here?
He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that? Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief.
With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why you wanted to stage a coup.
In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad. But of all the things that happened...
What? Damn it! I know I didn't channel Minister Inga.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him.
I don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know.
Something's not right here. Miss A, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time. Is that correct?
Yes. But I wasn't conscious the whole time.
Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb? Dressed as Dirk?
Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that.
Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him. Does channeling someone take a long time?
Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up. Literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands do it.
Right. I guess you really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right?
Sure, unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session. And they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want.
So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye?
Of course. It's the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium.
That's strange. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me.
Ugh, I'll show you, childish Nick. Enough. This witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. Pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you?
Oh, evidence, huh?
There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind.
That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination.
What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, you'd think there would be something to complete the deception.
Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled?
Wait.
I mean, there has to be? You bet there is.
Really?
Well, no. You're bluffing, I take it.
I'll be fine!
If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up here. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means... he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo! This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye channeled Justice Minister Inga? I'll try this. Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence?
What was that doing in the tomb?
Ah, so you do recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket?
I don't get where you're going with this.
Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa. Especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Well, Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as a cover while going from his room to the tomb. But you burned them once you no longer needed them.
What?
Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Kurine, right? That is correct. In part. But there's more. Much more. Inga Karkul Hakud Disnam Bayaba Kurine III. That is his true name.
I'm sorry? Inga Karkul Hakad Disnam Baya Ilaga Orm O Pompous Dayanit already is. Wait, what? How could this name be any longer? Wait. Inga Karkul, how could this name be any longer? longer or more pompous than it already is, crying the third. What do you mean? Could it be any longer?
Due to its length, only...
I swear, this is freaking serious, man. That's great. I gotta look at that one more time and just read it out because I love that. Inga Karkle, how could this name be any longer or more pompous than it already is? Karine the Third. That's great.
Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So, Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and true name of the one she seeks to channel.
So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like thanks to the last trial.
I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again.
Apollo? I was thinking,
Yes?
since I didn't channel Mr. Inga, is it possible that someone else did?
Someone else. Wait. Oh, no. But who else could have done it? Could it have been?
I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let's move on, shall we?
I don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen already has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right. We know Rafa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. It is her, isn't it?
Well, I'm waiting, Defense. And you know how much I despise waiting.
Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now.
So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then.
With pleasure.
Horn Devil. Who could have channeled Minister Inga?
I want to bring her out now. Get over here, Granny!
Take that!
Nana?
Your Eminence said it yourself.
That's right. Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters.
How do you know?
It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana.
And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Mr. Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards.
You are not seriously suggesting.
It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since then. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence.
No way!
That's gotta be it. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. Now we've got something here. Where's Nana? All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand. Well, Your Eminence.
Very well then. Let us call Nana to testify.
Yes! Now I can finally crack this case wide open.
Let's adjourn while the witness is summoned.
There's no need. Nana's in the waiting room lobby.
Wait, she's been found? Wait, Nana's here. I thought she'd gone missing.
It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today.
She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent.
Oh god, I just remembered a lot about this case. Oh god. Oh god, and I just realized... Oh no. Oh no.
I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Paulo.
Oh no, 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 no. Oh boy, here we go.
Miss Nana, do you understand why you've been summoned here today?
I don't talk. Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime.
So this is Nana. It's quite the hairdo.
Though I will say... I suppose I'm not as old as I thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal...
I see where Rafa gets her dialogue. Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her what with all the time they spend together.
You there, young hornhead.
Yes?
What? What? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded.
Thanks. Just take the compliment, Justice.
Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters.
Witness testimony. Oh boy. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny.
I was feeling under the weather yesterday, and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honored spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurai. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey.
And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nana could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end, that Nana channeled Inga's spirit.
Alright, the defense may now question the witness. Question Granny, I guess.
I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest for these weary bones.
Hold it!
Albie's dog stole your hat when you were in the courtyard yesterday afternoon. Was it after that you decided to take a rest?
I had been feeling unwell all day and had pushed myself too hard. I kept feeling weak and dizzy, and that dirty mongrel only served to worsen my condition.
Well, I sympathize with you, Nana. You took the whole day off without informing Princess Rafa. She was very worried about you, you know.
How very kind of her benevolence. But she need not concern herself with the welfare of a mere servant such as I.
Except, Rafa, Nana's not just a mere servant.
To even think a mere commoner could channel spirits or slay a minister, what hogwash.
Yeah, you're not just some basic old butt person.
Was I about to say bumpkin?
Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honored spirit medium.
Hold it!
I hear you are the head servant, isn't that right?
Are you suggesting that my position affords me the ability to channel spirits?
Since you're the head servant to a family of channelers, I'd say it's plausible. If you want to, it's not impossible for you to learn through exposure.
I think not. Well, that goes against the very underpinnings of the Kingdom of Kurine. To become a spirit medium requires a noble spirit and rigorous training. But most importantly, one must be a direct descendant of the founder. It is not simply some hobby one can take up in the manner of knitting or gardening.
So commoners can never become a medium no matter how hard they tried.
That is common knowledge to all who are born and raised here, young hornhead.
I at least appreciate that you're not calling me Horn Devil. Oh, like everyone else feels like they're calling me. At least you're calling me Hornhead. I can respect that at the very least. I don't know what that says about this place, but whatever. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling. I'm going to... Oh, my headphones are probably charged enough. So that's probably safe to take off. Finally, I have less cords on me. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Kurine. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. Nana's right about one thing, though. Only those of the royal bloodline can be spirit mediums in Kurine. Common folk like us are out of luck. Yeah, I guess so. Still, I think I'll finally be close to connecting all the dots once I point one very big thing out. Is it really what I think it is? A lowly servant. I don't know which image you want me to point out, game, but there's something very interesting about you, Nana.
Objection!
Which line do you want me to point out? That statement is actually right. Time machine, activate. Did I already press the statement? Hold on. Okay, then. What if you actually have royal blood in your veins, Dana? Like a distant relative or something.
I'm from a line of humble fishermen, all the way back to my grandfather's grandfather. I've never heard talk of royal blood or noble ancestry.
Apollo, if spirit channeling is a secret art passed down from mother to daughter, then even with a royal ancestor, it'd be impossible to learn without the right training.
It is as the barbed one says. It also must be mentioned that the secret art is only taught here in the Kingdom of Kurine and your country's Kurine village.
Aren't the things falling into place like I expected? I would ask the witness to continue her testimony. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garon is the only spirit medium left.
Objection!
It's time for things to get interesting. Okay, so I present what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction, except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its allowed objection with a sound explanation? Oh, sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nana's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because, in Kurine, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nana stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amara is still alive, at the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nana channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming, despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean that Nana channeled Inga, even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us a break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes. It's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? Hmm? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Kurine.
Oh, devil! You mustn't!
It's too late. Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigitar Kurine. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive.
What? But that's nonsense!
Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination.
Queen Amara's still alive! This lawyer got mad!
While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from the would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here in this very courtroom today.
But how?
Nayuda, I don't care what you say at this point. It's not going to stop me.
Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper's skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there's no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
You don't scare me, Nayuda. That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough.
Is that so?
It's my turn, Nayuda. To wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as... Nana!
Take that!
But that's...
This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Nana. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along.
What?
Objection!
I'm going to kill you, Apollo. Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations.
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And is actually Miss Nana here? Have you truly gone off the deep end?
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit. Right here. Right now. Isn't that correct? Well?
I can deny it no longer.
Huh?
The lawyer speaks the truth. Nina, the one who stands before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago.
Porcunga!
Bingo.
Well, Nina.
Finally. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. No more hiding. Nena? No. Amara Sigatar Kurine. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened.
Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead.
Uh-oh. Here it comes. Oh, God. What are you doing? Oh, God. Oh, dear. Whoa!
I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Kurine. It is I, Amara Sigatar Kurine, your former queen.
Queen Amara! And I thought Garon's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true? You are alive and well.
It is true. It feels as if I have been called from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused you all a great deal of distress. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Garon. I am safe now. Though Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer.
Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago?
I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garon.
But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing?
Garon, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her, and it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant?
She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight.
I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. But those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead.
You're not free. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with.
If there's something you wish to say, then say it.
Fine then. It doesn't matter who you are, and you won't escape the crime you've committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer.
What's this? You want to accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A grand priestess of Kurinism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people.
If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god.
I've never met such an egalitarian person.
Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right?
What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer. Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself.
You may be a grand figure in Kurainism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me.
It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul?
Please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks.
Fear not, good magistrate, but this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, on the stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence.
Your compassion overfloweth, your mercifulness.
Oh, young lawyer, in my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw.
Huh? There's a flaw.
Nayuta,
Yes, your mercifulness.
who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered?
Dirk Salamati, my FA, and the victim, Minister Inga.
I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga.
What? Why not?
Do not keep the defense waiting, Nayuta. Explain how wrong he truly is.
Yes, your mercifulness.
Explain it to me, buddy.
Her benevolence, Princess Rafa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb,
Oh, yeah.
as she tried to exit before you all arrived. Princess Rafa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense?
No. No, she wasn't.
Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Salamati, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Eminence.
And there you have it, your majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Why, thank you, your eminence. Now then, your mercifulness, your testimony, if you please.
Witness testimony. The lawyer's theory is absurd.
Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Salamati for his crimes.
Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness.
This, too, is but by the grace of Her Holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well.
Oh my! The Holy Mother, you say?
Yes, surely Her Holiness has guided me to this witness stand.
What? Animals!
And to the purity of truth.
Oh, how magnificent. Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. Praise be the Queen, blessing upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she is a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. Thanks, asshole. But your innocence isn't gonna work on me. You hide a truth. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder.
Hold it!
Well, maybe. You were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you have no trouble opening it.
If I had been in there, I could not be here today. For the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave.
I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so...
There's despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope. My continued corporeality.
You completely lost me. In other words, it's empty. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse.
Now, will you dispense with your theory? It's as empty as my sarcophagus.
That innocent look of yours doesn't hold true. I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Damn it. Don't you feel a little silly? A cruel truth. I don't know how I feel about that, dialogue, about that, statement. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall.
Hold it!
I'll admit you were in the tomb after the murder.
Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I channel Mr. Inga and enter the tomb...
Where'd the tiger come from? Apollo asked the same question, and I agree, I don't know. Magic.
The moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said your self-defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at that time were Dirk Sonomati and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next, there's no escaping such simple truths.
My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from the sacred hall.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today.
A reason. Ah, perhaps...
Perhaps what?
Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
What's this? Bro, really?
Objection!
You know he loved you, right? No, it's definitely not that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago.
That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me. You must believe me.
Deer is surprisingly chill for being 3 feet away from a tiger. I didn't even think about that, but this tiger has a good meal in front of him right now.
It was my duty as a wife to her husband. To bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage.
Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Don't ask me!
That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit, but my husband truly did try to murder me.
Oh, that's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless.
Do you understand now, lawyer?
Ugh, this is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder. She wasn't. I don't get it.
How she just vanished from the scene of the crime like that?
It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For... Normal people...
Ah, maybe...
Maybe what? Your Majesty,
I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder.
very well, defense. Do explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb?
She channeled somebody. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else.
Why, I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara?
Climb the ceiling.
You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder?
What? What? What the? Mercy, your mercifulness! I thought Dirk was scary. What was that? How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, defense? You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution.
No, good Majesty. It is quite all right. Kurainism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reason principle.
That Dirk is nice. I don't disagree with that, but Dirk does have that weird, that one thing he can do where he does like a blast wave, like a air blast wave whenever he like just glares at someone. That was like a leveled up version of that. That wasn't air, that was lightning.
Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation.
You got something to counter with?
Indeed. Now are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb.
And this is where my memories are beginning to really hate.
And that was Mr. Inga, the only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Had I channeled Inga as you allege? Well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. Cece, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling.
That's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet.
How absurd.
If you channeled someone other than Mr. Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? Queen Amara? Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not gonna like what I'm about to find out? Mr. Inga was the sole victim. There's no other spear medium to channel until he was dead. The save's called A Cruel Truth. A cruel truth indeed.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you?
Whatever are you talking about?
If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo. Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered.
Oh, you putrid pepper. Of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. Now, suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion.
Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? There's no way this can be true. But... no. I can't stop now. If this is the truth, it's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amar channeled was... Listen, son. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. Dirk knew everything. But he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. And now it makes sense. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't... That's not possible!
The defendant, Dirk Sodomati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim.
This is insanity! Volgunga! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice.
I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Mara... But it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only explanation... The only logical explanation is... Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Nayuda. That's enough! Your explanation cannot be the truth.
And you will not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion.
Naira, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. As much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there's only one such place.
You truly have proof.
The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Imagine finding your father's dead in the middle of a prosecuting trial.
Yeah, that's why it's like... Happy-go-lucky Naira, your father's dead. What?
Go check the tomb. But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here. The sarcophagus.
You would suggest...
Queen Amara's sarcophagus. The only place in the tomb that no one would dare look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body? Well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence, being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we can now open it?
If we must.
Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once, and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. I think your silence speaks volumes as well, Mara. Hey, Emma. Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please.
I'll start with my findings.
Please, please, please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were.
Oh. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old.
A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base.
I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... Dirk Satomati.
And poor Paul too, yeah. Dirk! Oh! No! Why? Why'd this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk! Answer me! Damn it. How can this be? Of course you laugh, you bastard.
The traitorous snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under.
I think both floors need a minute. Yeah? First time he shows his spare animation as well. Yeah. And it hurts.
Who? What? What was I even fighting for?
Apollo.
What am I? What am I supposed to do?
Apollo. Son. Seriously need some hot tea, yeah? A lawyer should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey to the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're...
Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all.
You believed in me that much, Dirk.
Dirk, I think I finally understand. Let's continue. Won't let this be in vain. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now.
Apollo?
Detective Sky,
Yes?
how sure are you that the body's been there for a few days?
I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet. But I'd say it's been there at least 3 days. And fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death.
But don't know about fine, but you ready to finish this? Yeah. Dirk's corpse photo. More than 3 days have passed since his death. He was shot 3 times in the chest. That alone proves that he wasn't the killer. I feel for that. At least 3 days, huh?
That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States.
Wow, really?
Then who's channeling him?
I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion, yet also have a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States.
Would it have been Amara?
Take that!
Wait! Oh! That's why Dirk kept saying that Maya was safe.
Take that!
Wait, what? Wait, what? Am I wrong? Game, tell me who I pick.
Take that!
Maya? Did I not click Maya? Who did I click on? Did I click on Dad for some reason? I may have seen the colors, actually. May have missed it before. I probably did. Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time. So it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right. And do you remember what she said earlier? So please, just tell me. What exactly are you hiding?
Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
You made a promise to Dirk?
Mm-hmm. A pretty big one.
Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he?
I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died.
So, I was right then.
Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments.
Alright. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments?
It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before ministering his murder.
Tank of a man with a big heart, yeah? Hey, young lady, time for you to get up and out of here. Oh, time for you to get up out of here.
It's that revolutionary guy.
I'm here to rescue you.
You are? Why?
I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted.
But why would a rebel help me?
Let's go before it's too late.
It already is for you, pal.
Yep, knew it. Scumbag.
Long time no see, you rebel blowhard.
Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Oh! Dirk?
Now Scar's smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies.
Dirk!
Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? Whoa. That's when it...
What are you? Some kind of freak? Nuts to this!
Ugh.
Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me.
Aww.
These ropes! I've gotta help you!
Relax. It's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that!
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop it! Don't give up like that!
If you do, untying a rope like that would be child's play.
No. Please, hang in there. You can still make it.
Promise. Promise me. One thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you. One last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit.
Oh, God. I didn't even think of that. The entire time he was in the US, the entire time when he saved Apollo, having fun in the US, he was already dead. God.
He really said that? He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance.
You just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice! Right, why don't you tell me the real reason you're here?
Dirk. He really did come to the US because he wanted to see me.
I guess this means... it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Seems how a lot of good fires, yeah?
Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on.
I know, Miss Faye. And I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes. And I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Mr. Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. Okay. It was Queen Amara.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body.
Drove his spirit out of her body. Impossible.
Objection!
Don't try that. We know that there's an item. Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama of parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Don't try and pull that, Queen. We've literally dealt with that this game.
Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was...
Aha! There was a pale brown Magatama!
That it was...
That's right, Prosecutor Sadmati. And you've seen one in action before. Yep. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And it becomes... and now it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right?
I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling for so long, after all.
That's why you passed out as soon as we entered. Part of it, at least. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Buy us some burgers. Get some food. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding? So ultimately it was all for naught. Oh, it was Nayuda? It was all for naught. Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuda, how can you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake up from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't and I won't. Nayuda, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who've been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun.
Objection!
No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You've merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Fey? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m. as you have yet to substantiate... Word prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Mr. Inga's death was at 2 p.m.?
Well, no, I don't, but...
It seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecute Salamati. The rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Salamati to be the foul murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act.
As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nayuda doing this? Garan shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nayuda, what's left to chain you to her like this? Well, very well then, Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony. You have no proof.
Well done, lawyer. You've painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Say. Now let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Kurine and its people.
Do you understand now, you putrid pepper? There's no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today.
Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now.
The defense may proceed with its cross-examination. Is this the final cross-examination? You have no proof. Beyond despair.
Hold it!
Convincing others is all part of a lawyer's trade, so I'll take that as a compliment.
You would, wouldn't you? I suppose you have deceived countless souls with your lies. But I should not be surprised, considering you learned from him.
Him? You mean Dirk, right?
Yes, the man who deceived and seduced me. A grand priestess with a silver tongue.
We are still talking about the case, right?
Surely you have heard of a lady falling for the wrong man before. Ah, but to think that I, of all people, would fall under that devil's spell.
Wow. How did they ever get together in the first place? Let alone procreate.
I would advise all here today to beware of this lawyer's silver tongue, lest you too be unjustly painted as a criminal as I have.
You ain't getting out of this. You have no evidence proving your distasteful theory.
Hold it!
Owners of the tiger and deer, please come pick up your animals. I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet. You're the only one who could have committed the crime.
What on earth do you mean?
Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Kurine. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garon was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer.
Forgive us, evidence!
Really, Your Majesty?
Objection!
I'm not scared of this lightning anymore.
Ah, but have you considered the following defense? Screw you. What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Kurai?
Objection!
I'm going to throw you out the window. Oh. Oh, come on! What are the chances?
You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. Is therefore stands the reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense?
Of course I can't. Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb.
Which one can I actually prove?
I get it! Wait! That's it! I remember now! I saw it on the... Dirk, you're going to save us. You were in there. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred.
It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well. Let's see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, you do not? There's nothing to prove I was even at the scene of the crime.
Dirk, from beyond the grave, he will finally help get us to the truth.
Objection!
Wrong item. Don't you think that was a little silly?
Objection!
There we go. Queen Amara. Does this pendant look familiar to you?
Why, that is...
We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused?
That's what I thought, too. After all, Dirk had said it himself.
He said that?
Yeah, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone.
Covering? How? For who?
There's a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant isn't Dirk's.
Take that!
That's the photo of the accused body, is it not? Yes, it is. I would like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's. He already had the other half.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Did it say? Yeah. Now you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. Pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about his pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to? Oh. You seem to be sweating over there, Amara.
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Oh, really? Really? Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Pasamati. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now this is where it gets interesting. When we opened this locket up, we found a fake fingerprint inside. On the back of the lid, to be exact. What? No! So now the question is, to whom does this fingerprint belong? Hey, Queen Amara. Would you mind to, give us your fingerprints real quick? Queen Amara. It belongs to you, doesn't it? Seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. It cannot be! Mother! Tell me it does not belong to you! I... Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit. And he probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. Why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath, and beyond. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Are you always... Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk... Oh! There we go. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Kurain, who sued Minister Inga. Why? Ow. Oh. Nayuda's world is shattering. This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you... Forgive me, Nayuda. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way? So, in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sodomati. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the instance of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime. So why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could have come back to haunt you.
I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband. Yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this, or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother.
So she really believes it. That Dirk tried to assassinate her.
Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm.
Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sanamari, if you have no further objections...
This cannot be! Oh, my mother! I have no objections.
Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved you innocent.
But...
Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Mr. Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadamari.
No. Stop. Yes. Thank you. Somebody did it.
Your benevolence. I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, Your Benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father.
What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nena? Rafa.
Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes. There is no mistake.
She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Barbed-head! Hornhead! Are you going to let this stand?
Dirk's been proven innocent, and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? We move forward. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it out is to continue this trial.
Hornhead!
Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come into light? Motive, isn't it? There is no real reason for her to even kill Inga. So why? Queen Amara, there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? You're still hiding something.
That's a fair question, and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkul Kurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity.
Further tragedy?
Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat.
You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction?
Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to the great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan in a usurped throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy 23 years ago, and as one affected by that tragedy, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister.
That's it! I didn't even need the bracelet for that. I was even I felt the weirdness in my own head. Like, the second she said that, something just occurred to me, like, man. My bracelet. Apollo. Yep. Seems this trial's far from over. Enough! Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide-and-seek, then let's start with that last statement you made.
If I must.
If there was something I would immediately look for, it'd be if she's holding this thing, Ooh! Aha! That was easy. I could see it without moving the camera, too. So, why is your finger tapping? Queen Amara. You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make. Is there something about your chest that makes you nervous?
Whatever do you mean?
The murder occurred at 2 p.m. Wait. But then she can't be the... Yes. And I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence! I would have the perpetrator's name at once.
Sorry. No can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so...
Do you take me for a fool?
How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help. Baby, please summon Detective Sky to get to the Hall of Justice. Emma, brighten the photo up, please.
Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness.
Oh. Ah! Well! What's that right there? No, an injury. No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. Well! Hey, Miss Garan, may I ask, what exactly are you, do you have a scar on your chest? By any chance? Wait a second. Your Eminence. You're missing a scar. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. Curious, isn't it? What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it? It's Amara.
Take that!
Queen Amara. The person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you, posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. So, move the amulet! Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you?
Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. What's it doing? Uh-oh. Ooh! There it is!
Look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand.
I knew it. So the person in this photo really is... Yeah, it's Queen Amara.
This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switch places?
Amara's confession earlier was also false.
Mother! What is the meaning of this?
Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time the murder took place.
But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't have possibly committed this crime.
Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara.
I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime?
Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... a new person? While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else.
Paul Conker!
What's going on here? Was remorsefulness covering for someone?
If Queen Amara's not the killer, then who is?
Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garon wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answers to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi. Alright, Garon.
Take that!
You're on.
Why, that's... Is this some kind of joke?
No, Your Majesty. I can never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garon Sigatar Kuride. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garon ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body, and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m., while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garon, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness! It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now!
Mother...
Justice Minister Inga's true killer is...
What? No! What? What? What do you mean? Mother? No!
Really did he? Your Eminence, my life is yours!
Isn't he one of Garon's royal guards? Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest that guardsman! Mother!
Garon could have... Could she?
You monster! Someone call for an ambulance! Quickly, now!
Monster! Ah, whoopsie. I just said, whoop. That is not the right button.
May 19th. High Court of Kurine. Accused lobby. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time. But we've been forced into a recess for now while things get straightened out.
I can't believe what just happened.
Tell me about it. Do you think Ron put that guard up to it? If she did, she's going to regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch.
Poor Queen Amara.
Your benevolence. Any news on her condition?
She is undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They are giving her a 50-50 chance of survival, though.
Ron! Justice will be served.
Why? Why'd this have to happen? Just as we were finally reunited. Queen Amara.
What was that about being reunited?
Oh, it's nothing.
Right.
How are you, Hornhead? Dirk Salamati was your father in all but blood, after all.
Thank you for your concern, your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on.
Hornhead, you are sturdier than your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it, okay, Apollo?
I'm sorry, Dats.
Dirk, that's a real shocker, alright? Can't believe the dragon's dead.
Dats.
Say, AJ, I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or if it was a part of Garan or Mara's plan.
Man, my dream of revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it?
Don't give up yet. There's a very good chance that Garan's the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court...
Hey, you're right. That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on.
Yes, it does.
You know what that means, AJ? The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders.
On a day's work. Ugh, who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. But this is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him.
The Honorable Rebel Dirk Salamati. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived.
Really?
Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man.
Did she bump her head or something earlier? I think she's been finally waking up from her nightmare of a life.
The trial's about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once.
Already? After what just happened?
The first thing Garan will do is respond to the last accusation. So, you better stay on your toes, Apollo. Probably literally, because I get the feeling we're going to be assassinated mid-court. I will, Mr. Wright. Ready or not, Garan, here comes justice. May 19th. High Court of Kurine. I think we're finally reaching the end of this. Now then, let's resume today's proceedings. You will not get away with this, witch. Huh? Where's Sodom? Where's prosecutor? Where's Nayuta?
I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing.
What? He wasn't acting under your orders.
How dare you cast such suspicions under her eminence?
It is quite all right, your majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans.
I don't believe that for a second.
Now then, your majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility.
A new possibility, you say?
It was the attorney. Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me.
What?
Bailiff, call the witness to the stand.
Real killer confess? What's she got up her sleeve this time? I have a really bad feeling about this. I just realized I know who it's gonna be!
Nayuda! Get out of here! Stop! You don't have to do this anymore! Even the judge! He's the one who confessed. Prosecutor Salamati, you're the real killer.
I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. So it was time he finally confessed his crime to me.
Nayuda, you didn't really do it, did you?
Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga.
This is just a flat-out lie. You don't have to cover for her anymore, man. Wake up. Please. Prosecutor Sotomari, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed.
Yes, I'm certain. But I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed.
How are we supposed to respond to this? Yeah, we're cross-examining it. Nayuda, retract your confession, now!
Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination.
Who cares about that? Admit it! It was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she?
You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit the murder?
That is... Ugh. What do you think you're doing, you idiot?
Truly, the truth can set us free.
Looks like Ron got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming.
Nayuda, why are you doing this? Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garon's bidding?
Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Salamati, your testimony, please.
I'll free you from her trap, Nayuda.
Hang in there.
Nayuda's confession.
I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Kurine. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I'm ashamed I let her go so far for my sake.
Damn it, Nayuda!
You do understand what you're doing, right, Nayuda? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Nayuda, or the Queen?
Objection!
Enough. This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony.
Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination, defense.
Oh, I will. I'm gonna blow his problematic testimony to smithereens. I ain't letting you take Nayuda, Garan. I cannot remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for the crime.
Hold it!
You kept quiet all this time, even though you were the real killer? Yes, and I accept that what I have done can never be forgiven. But I never imagined suspicion would fall upon the Queen herself. Prosecutor Salamati has placed the future of our kingdom above his own life. He has taken responsibility for his crime and is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Without a monarch on the throne, Kurine would be plunged into chaos. I could never wish that upon my homeland. That is why I had to let the truth be known.
What a bunch of baloney. I'm gonna ask you again, Nayuda. Did you really kill Minister Inga?
Yes. No matter how many times you ask, Mr. Justice, the truth is immutable.
The problem is I know I can't even use my bracelet against him because he knows how it works. He knows how to even change it to work against me.
So, I'm gonna have to just do this the old-fashioned way, aren't I? It's not too late. You can still retract your confession before the verdict is rendered.
There's no retracting the truth. One either tells it or does not tell it. It is that simple.
Ugh! Why do you always have to be so stubborn, Nayuta? I hate how you never listen to reason once you get like this. I think we'll need some evidence before we get to him to retract his confession. Either that, or we'll have to force a retraction out of him by appealing to what's in his heart. It's not gonna be easy either. Prosecutor Satomari, what was the motive for your crime?
I had reason enough to kill Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Kurine.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that?
Minister Inga was planning to assassinate Her Eminence in a coup d'etat. I had to nip this evil in the bud, even if it cost me the purity of my soul.
So you're saying the death of another is a reasonable price to pay to protect the Queen?
Long have we remained independent under the authority of our spirit medium queens. We command the people's awe and respect with the power to commune with the dead. Without such a monarch, our kingdom would lose its standing in the world.
If spirit channeling is so important, why did you have Queen Amara perform the rite?
I'm afraid my elder sister is quite capricious. She would fulfill her duty only when the desire struck, as sporadic as that was. It was therefore something she did on a whim. There was no meaning behind it.
A meaningless whim. I'm sorry to press a statement like that.
Now, if I may return to my testimony.
I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch.
Hold it!
Divine judgment.
Yes, I rendered judgment upon the minister on behalf of the Holy Mother.
Are you saying the Holy Mother guides you?
No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. But I do not regret what I have done. I willingly sacrificed my soul to protect this kingdom's future.
Oh, snap out of it already, Nayuta! So his motive comes from a place of faith, huh? Why does this sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Well, Amara expressed a similar motive.
As for her mercifulness, she is truly deserving of her title.
My mother was simply covering for me. I'm ashamed I let her go so far.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime? Is that how it went?
Precisely. My mother is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all the guilt upon herself.
Yet another lie. I need to poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Nayuta, could it be you? Let's try throwing a curveball. You told Amara what to do, right? Did you tell Queen Amara what to do what she did?
No, she acted under her own volition. She must have somehow discovered my crime and then staged the crime scene.
Sounds plausible on the surface, but I'm not buying it. Still, I don't think we'll get anywhere if I press the issue. I think that Nayuta would confess to the crime. Can't say I saw that coming. Why, Nayuta? Why? Why are you putting yourself on the line for Garan? I wonder if Garan has something on him. I don't think so. I mean, Amara's currently fighting for her life, so... I don't see what Garan could threaten him with. But maybe that's just it. Maybe there's something else that we don't know about. Wait. Let me press the statement again and see what the other side says. Nayuta, did you not know Naina's real identity? You didn't realize that Naina was actually Queen Amara, your own mother?
That is not as strange as you might think. Much time has passed since we last met, after all.
Right. 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her life after the supposed assassination attempt?
No, Mr. Justice. It was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother.
Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that?
I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time.
Naida, please add that last statement to your testimony. I get it now. I see what the problem is, and I know why you're scared, aren't you? It's not your mother's life that's being held captive.
Objection!
It's your sister's, isn't it? You're saying that Dirk made off with the Queen of Mara 15 years ago. Well, that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that. He did. But if we take what you just said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense.
This isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. What does not make any sense if the photo was only 15 years old?
The baby, the child, a little bundle right there.
Take that!
It shouldn't exist. Naida, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in this photo was you. But that doesn't make any sense if the photo's only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely sweating bullets over there.
Paula, this baby is a Naida.
Wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amar have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if this child were being held hostage? Naida, is that why you obey Queen Garan's every command?
You presume too much!
Ah, and that's why Queen Amar was trying to take the rep as well. To protect this other child.
A child born 15 years ago. It would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains the strange behavior. This is a child who was born to Dirk and Queen Amara 15 years ago. Rafa. All those strange statements she kept making. Now they all make sense.
Prosecutor Samari, may I ask you something?
Of course, your benevolence.
I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me?
From where did you hear such a thing?
From Mother. And only yesterday.
Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. For it's up to a mother to discipline her child.
I see.
I cannot accept this.
There's something the matter, your benevolence.
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would never have killed my father. Why? Why this happened? Just as we were finally reunited. Queen Amara.
Now I see, Naida. Why you do what you're told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Naida,
Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you're about to say. But I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners.
I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is the chink in your armor, the reason why you fear for your sibling's reputation. It's the Defense Culpability Act, isn't it?
Take that!
I thought it was. Whoopsie daisy.
Ah, this.
That is a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. Particular note right now is what's written here. The sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Karan, but at some point, you came to serve the very regime you despised. And that was because the Queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you.
Nayuda, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me?
You are an innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend the throne, need not fret over one such as I.
No, I cannot accept that. What you say is, it's malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to you?
Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change.
Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot. I shall continue to rule Karine until the day Rafa succeeds me. For that is what is best for our kingdom.
I know, Your Eminence.
Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this. In exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe, and the kingdom shall prosper.
That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. Nayuda, is this really the new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future? No. The Nayuda I knew would never let himself be turned into this. You're still in there, man.
Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict.
Objection!
I'm not letting you do this! You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuda. But I know that deep down, there's still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet. Your dragon never yields.
Take that!
You let him keep it, didn't you?
When you interrogated Dirk,
You confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. All except this.
did he take your attorney's badge too?
No, I thought it might be strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind.
So tell me, Nayuda, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us.
Hey, Dirk. Why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right?
This badge is my heart and soul, son.
I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath.
A dragon never yields, right?
Exactly. Ayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Khura'in's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will because you still believe that all the wrongs of the will be righted someday, don't you? Come on, buddy. You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes. Save me. Like he did on that day. Aww. Ayuta! Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Ayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Ayuta, I knew, however, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered, along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please, try to understand Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way.
Such insolence!
Damn you!
You have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? The immutability of this duty? It is time to accept defeat.
Ugh!
Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will.
Yes, Your Eminence.
Objection!
Nope. Wait a sec. What do I do? Does the defense wish to raise an objection? There's gotta be some way to save Ayuta. Apollo, it all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branding him the son of a criminal. So if we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, right, Ayuta and Wright, his father, would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left. Because it was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years, but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? There was one thing! Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planned something to topple Grom with somewhere. Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what we need to break out of this situation in there. Got it. If the defense is done stalling for time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait. About the assassination attempt 23 years ago? The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial. Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Very well then. What is the source of your new information about the case from 23 years ago?
Take that!
Photograph? Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago? How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burnt to ash.
Well, about that. The truth is, he was my biological father.
Oh? What? Why, of course, with his photo and her benevolence.
Exactly. We might be able to prove Dirk's completely innocent. And that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Kurine, we can witness the final memories of the dead.
What utter nonsense!
Time to free Dirk.
There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze.
That's what you think. Unfortunately, you're wrong. But Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us.
He did.
Yep. And boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court. And save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
Oh, what a waste of time. The events of 23 years ago past have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
Have they now? Too bad. But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, now would we?
As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open, and I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance.
Why, you?
Your Benevolence? If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, you'd be able to form a divination seance, right?
Of course. Leave it to me.
Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice.
All right.
Apollo's own father is going to bring an end to this.
Now, Your Benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
Oh, holy, let the O dance so that we may.
Here we go. Jove Justice. What were your final sights? Heat, burning, running towards something. There's Queen Amara, a baby. Pain. What the?
The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success.
So those were my father's final moments. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo.
I will now decipher the experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead?
Yes, please proceed. Let's do it together, Aetha.
Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts as gleaned from the seance vision.
Insight. The final insight, I'm pretty sure. Rafa's insight.
Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin.
Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments.
My father's final memories. They're right here for everyone to see, but... Can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? The spirit of justice, huh? "23-year-old truth." There's something that did catch my eye in that whole thing. This is actually genuinely confusing. What? You know what? I'm gonna at least ask for... I genuinely don't even know where to begin here. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene. Really?
Objection!
Sight. Is it what I thought? Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. Oh.
I believe you are right. What could this mean?
It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better.
Very well. I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision.
What did we see? Eh?
It does seem that there was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have?
It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have even put them on there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. You're not escaping, Garan.
Either way, it seems that I must revise my insights.
I think I get it. 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 Okay, she's updated her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found. I think I know it. I think I get it. But if someone had put his prints on the lighter after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs. There. Yep. That's exactly what I needed.
Objection!
We know exactly who this is.
Wait. Then this means that the real culprit is...
The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gives their true identity away.
That design... It can't be.
This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance vision. It was a Minister of Justice's.
Photo? So you do believe the culprit to be... No, I don't think it's Inga. Justice Mr. Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Yes. Here they're a traditional part of Kurani's Justice Minister's attire. Hey!
But what does this tell us?
Guran tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Kurani's late Minister of Justice. Inga Karkul Kurine. No, not my father!
So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one.
This is Mr. Inga. So then Dirk's innocent of both charges? Flying dragons! You've been right all along!
I don't think it's Inga either. And I think he knows that. Naida? What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Karkul Kurine was not the Minister of Justice. What? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... You! Queen Guran! What? Oh, right. She served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. Forgot about that. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it?
This is madness! Why would Her Eminence do such a thing?
Because she would ascend the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her.
I find this whole very hard to swallow.
Your Eminence, are you the one who is responsible for tearing my family apart? Was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Such insolence!
Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. You do not deny, then! Conceal the truth and use me for your own designs! Oh, Nayuta. Spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall still be I who decides Rafa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Nayuta, please! Don't do this to yourself! Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now, kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Nayuta... Your Eminence. I am done heeding your commands. Yes! Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed in you. I believed that protecting your secrets was the best interest of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta. Nayuta, you dare defy me? Oh! Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
Retract, you say?
Yes! Final piece of evidence you left behind. To release Nayuta from his suffering. Now he's finally free. Oh? Huh? Nayuta? In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our Father's creed. What?
A dragon never yields.
Yes! I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garon. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution!
Yes!
Oh, insolent fool! Now even you prattle on about revolution.
Ow. Would you look at that? Well, Paula? Seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garon's guilt, we could continue on down that road, towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of.
Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense?
Not so fast, your majesty. For the cuffs could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything.
Why, I believe you're right.
Oh, but we know she's guilty.
Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would like me have me refute?
Unfortunately, the photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I've got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Samai has retracted his confession, we'll have to re-deliberate the current case from scratch.
Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is.
Queen Garon! The defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Kurine.
But do you have any evidence, defense?
Evidence that will prove Garon was the killer.
There's still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice.
There is.
Minister Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did this killer dispose of their disguise?
Oh, you're right. Hey, you're right. So where would the costume have gone? A lot of blood was splattered on the... Wait! What? Wait, I don't know. So the blood-soaked clothes would have been and dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then...
Objection!
I was wondering that what absurd idea you would concoct next. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now.
Objection!
Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence? Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garon, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the house from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa! You would not dare! When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No. No, she did not.
So, maybe she disposed them somewhere in the courtyard.
Objection!
The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime. But they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor?
Yes, I admit no clothing was found.
So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed.
This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. If Garon wasn't carrying her any clothes, she must have gone and rid them somehow. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Or they'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. It would have to be in the tomb, right?
Take that!
The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there?
Yes, it's the only place it can be.
Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden?
There's one place that people didn't find where a freaking body was because of this thing. What about some clothing? Of course, that makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't simply hidden. They were returned to where they belonged.
Ugh.
And by that you mean... the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus. So the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right, before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes, and then hid it behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body.
Objection!
So what? This is still all speculation. You know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they were somehow connected to this case.
Objection!
I don't know about that one. That's where you're wrong. But I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. Is it all the blood? Actually, you know what? There actually is something that makes it obvious. The difference of blood. Look at the blood up here compared to down here. This is dark, like dried up. This is brand new, fresh blood. The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood splatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe this blood splatter came from... probably from Inga himself, right? If the killer wore these clothes during the murder, then the blood splatter must have come from Minister Inga. I thought it was all Dirk's marks, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed. This may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
You cannot prove it is I who hid the clothes. They could very well have been a hidden third party.
But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than the Grand hiding the clothes. I don't think so. Hang on. Didn't you say the key is yours? No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following.
The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it.
Isn't that funny? That was your own testimony, word for word.
Why, you insolent...
Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga.
Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Kurine! Do not think for one moment that such impudence will
Objection!
Ruler? I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence. Because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. Now what? Uh-oh. What do you have?
Me? Face justice. Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer.
Oh? What do you mean?
Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense shall also be found guilty.
What?
Yeah, be. Yeah.
By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court of having supported a criminal, and the Defense Culpability Act would most certainly come into play.
The law is so broad that anyone could be convicted under it.
When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law.
Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we even do at this point?
You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs.
He wants us to just let her off scot-free. And yet, I don't see any other choice. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move this revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it. Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed.
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign, and Rafa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is, as yet, incapable of channeling spirits. Thus, to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist!
Terrorist?
If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Kurine, I proclaim the following.
Wait, what? What do you mean? Huh?
All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders.
What? Immediate execution?
Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear, for the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Kurine, I command that you be put to death at once.
This is bad. Help! What the? Damn you! Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Garan Royal Guard...
They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Come on, this is insane, even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process.
Hold it!
Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life. So think before you speak again. But... Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose here to the Twilight Realm, too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fits? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how it all ends?
It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to cease this insanity.
What do I do? Should I accuse Green Garan? The revolutionary truth. I'm going for it. I can't give up. I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're always constantly reminding me and Athena of? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. And Nayuda, you know that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo? They are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now.
It would seem, Apollo, that not one, but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you.
A fierce dragon, and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. Shall join you in your death-defying bluff.
think I finally understand what those words really mean, and resolve they embody.
Are you smiling, even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance?
Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there is another saying in my country. The truth will set you free.
Indeed. That's precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spider's immobilizing silk threads.
We won't be intimidated by unjust laws, or given to fear. Bending the truth like that is just not part of my playbook.
There's only one path before us. Revolution. The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us.
Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Kurine, then your very existence is wrong.
Does your desperate bleeding know no end?
I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Quran is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Culpability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the Crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her, right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. We can't give up. Not now. We have to keep on fighting to the end. We can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. I think it's time. Let's look over everything and get to the truth. If I accuse Garan, Nayuda will be subject to the Defense Culpability Act, which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law. So, the only way out of this is to dethrone Garan right now. Could this be the key to dethroning Garan? I think it's the Founder's Orb. Yep, because she wanted this thing so badly. Is the Founder's Orb the key to the revolution? Dirk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution and Kurine's future. In light of Garon's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder, even after abducting Miss Faye. After all, only the Queen can channel spirits? Oops. Only the Queen, but Inga was going to use Miss Faye, so his plan wasn't depending on the Queen. In that case. He didn't know the Founder's name, that's right. Because he wasn't only the Queen knows the name of the Founder. The name of the Founder is only known to those who become Queen. That means that the only people who currently know her name are Garan and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. So that begs the question, why is Garan so fixated on the orb? Wait. I remember! She can't channel spirits! Garan wants spiritual power. And that's why she never... Could it be? It's hard to believe, but... If she wants spiritual power, does that mean Garan can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits. So, if Garan can't channel spirits... It's over! Garan has no claim to the throne. Garan's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority. But if she had no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All of the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. It's time. You claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people. That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed. I would have the defense explain himself at once.
It's easy, Your Majesty. Why is Queen Garon so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these 3 questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. I still do not follow, Apollo. Oh boy. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please, be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? Ah! What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead?
Indeed, I do. The defense will explain himself at once.
In Kurine, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But, Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you've passed would be rendered null and void. You scared?
And you, the Grand Royal Guard.
Huh? You seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne?
That's crazy talk. Impossible. Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen.
What's the problem?
Such blasphemy! On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim?
Oh, really? Queen Garon, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it! Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly. It's finally yours, Garon.
Take that!
Have it. All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Founder looks like. And as Queen, you should know the Founder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Kurine.
Oh, to witness Her Eminence's great power with our own eyes. The Holy Mother will appear before us. Oh, great miracle of miracles. Praise be Your Eminence. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way.
Yeah, go on, Garon. Do it.
Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins!
Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot...
No, no, I want a lawyer. Someone at once.
Really? Really?
Objection!
Really? No. Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Kurine. You can thank your defense capability after that.
Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness up so she may guide us.
I have heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you.
If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence.
You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer.
That reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed. Of all the things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Oh, with pleasure. Gladly. Because it really is time to cease this insanity. It's over, Garon. Garon! Your reign of terror ends here! You're done. So go on. Prove it.
Oh, very well. Demonstrating my facility as a spear medium should be easy. Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead.
Oh, Your Eminence!
What are you going to do? Let's see you make a fool of yourself, right?
Oh, great spirit of the Founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm. Heed the secret covenant of the orb, and appear here before us.
Here it comes.
Here we go. Go ahead and just make a fool of yourself.
What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
Yeah,
Gracious with your secret presence. I can't. A little quick. I don't think doing the dance that Rafa does is gonna help. Oh! Uh-oh.
No, wait. I was just warming up. The ride actually starts from now. Holy Mother.
Ah. She isn't feeling well, yeah? Means she lost her eyes. Well, Prosecutor Salamari, how is her eminence?
It seems she now believes that she herself is a holy mother.
I see. But her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not?
Sadly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I feel it would be quite a challenge to question her later.
Lost her marbles, yeah? And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup d'etat. But what if her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? To become queen herself? Maybe she just craved power and attention.
She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had a great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon her fears and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants.
She sent herself off the deep end, yeah? So then, she never really intended to kill Mara, huh? She's just hoping if she continues acting in a certain way, she might get someone to believe her. What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Garan in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Khura'in think she was dead? While she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan.
My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Garon's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is.
So that's what happened. And since Rafa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant, Nena. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Salamati has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Salamati in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Feels good, doesn't it, Nayuta? Now then, I think it is high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nayuta Salamati. Not guilty. What a satisfying trial. I go up! No one. On the trial. I liked it. It was a lot of fun. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. I was smiling again. And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned. Very good case, yeah. May 19th. Athena, we're not dead.
Way go, Apollo!
I was on the edge of my seat when the guards stormed the courtroom.
That was a shocker, alright. You can't imagine anything like that happening back home.
I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself.
Really?
I was barely able to hold her back.
Great. Maya would have gone shocked. Thanks, Maya, for knowing that you could have potentially made things much worse.
Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest.
Remind me never to say or do anything to deserve a Maya Athena double suplex.
Suplex?
My spine's about to be atoms. You did a fine job out there today, Apollo. And thanks for all the help, the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude of yours that you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant. By sheer force of will. And inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know all about that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I've nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright?
You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval.
Phoenix wouldn't stand a chance against either Athena or Maya. Absolutely not. I feel like Phoenix in general just wouldn't stand much of a chance against many people. He just, I just feel like everyone around him is somehow stronger than him in some fashion. That's just his curse in life, it feels.
But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way too.
Probably win against Apollo. Maybe. Or maybe Apollo would burst his eardrums first.
After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already.
Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. That's right, Athena, Nayuta, and of course, Dirk. It's pretty cool, Polly.
Trucy, how did you get here? Trucy? Trucy, what are you doing here? Phoenix, control your child!
It's a magic.
I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick.
Gosh, dang it, Trucy. What?
That would certainly explain why my suitcase was so heavy. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual.
Trucy? Do you even have a passport?
I'm gonna take that as a no. You'd have to contend with Blackwell. Oh god.
My magic panties are an extra-dimensional space. It's like a magic mini-universe in there. I can produce a passport at the drop of my hat.
Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery.
Hornhead, Barbed Head.
Hi.
I'm forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have to this day. It's pathetic, I know.
Pathetic? That's where you're wrong, Your Benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garon. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, Your Benevolence. You should be proud of yourself.
I see. So, I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that may know peace and prosperity once more.
She sure bounced back quick. So, Your Benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins? That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara?
Yes, my mother, Her Eminence, told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining.
If you can call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal.
My mother was so insufferable. Or shall I say, my former mother.
Sounds like there was no love lost there.
But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear.
So, what's next for the Kingdom of Kurine? I mean, you lost your queen, so...
Have an evidence Princess Rafa will ascend to the throne. I assume that's me. Yep, it's me. Hi.
Nayuda! But she can't channel spirits yet, right?
Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own.
Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor
Just stick to Sonmari, that's fine. I mean, if you want, you can call me Buh.
Just say brother, damn it! Is she going to say what I think she says? Just say brother!
What are you looking at, you hornhead nincompoop?
Ow! Ow!
In any event, I will be assisted by Nayuda and Queen Amara throughout the time being.
Queen Amara?
Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity.
Poor you, Japan. You can say something nice for once if you want. So then she's going to be alright?
Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage.
That's a relief. Huh? Is that... Jay! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nayuda beat the charges against them! And you got the revolution rolling the boot! Revolution. Dirk. I guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir! There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Apollo Justice will go down in Kurini's history. Yeah, right. Oh, Nayuda, before I forget. There was something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something? Yeah, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. Yeah. As his birth son, you deserve this. Take that! This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States. And I know you're a prosecutor and all. But as the man that's going to change Kurine, it's only right that you have it. Change. Rhine. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There's something I would like to show you. What? What's this all of a sudden? Miss Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. Okay. Oh! Hey! The Porter Sanmari Law Offices. So why'd you bring us here, Nayuda? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Kurine. What? But why? We have lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, we will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to... Yes. I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer, and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Kurine's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And I have studied in having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy. But it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ. You know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please, give it some thought. Of course. I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the Wright Anything Agency to consider, too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. I mean, we can't exactly just leave a country without lawyers at all. You saw what you saw what happened when we know what happens when there's a country without lawyers. We literally just had an entire game about it. Just stay here and fix it, please. Something that I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. That's right.
Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this.
Athena?
I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right. It won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but...
Guys. Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Wright Anything Agency? Or should I stay in Kurine and help Nayuta rebuild the legal system? What's the right thing for me to do? Just don't stow away in Edward's suitcase. Please. Everything's too heavy I can't carry any of my stuff anymore. May 20th, 8 a.m. Temple.
The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Kurine?
Bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. Whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it.
Guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him.
Hey, guys!
I know that booming voice anywhere!
Gosh dang it. Whew. I made it.
Hello, you're here. Does this mean you're coming home with us?
Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is. Moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I've decided to stay in Kurine.
You're staying. But...
I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo, Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings. I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo, I never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor.
Will we really see you again, Apollo?
You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be, but I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, there'll be room for you, so knock 'em dead. You got it, Mr. Wright.
I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm going to support your choice all the way.
Thanks, Drucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Troop Graham Reed proud.
I'll be cheering on you for you too, Apollo. Don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me.
In other words, game on.
You bet. And I'm gonna win.
I'm gonna miss you too, Apollo, but can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me.
Aw.
The legacy of those who came before us. Is handed down from parent to child. Aww. From mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate. Continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, the beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so that we in turn can pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I
Ah,
always
Maya's
figured
coming
he'd
back.
leave the nest someday.
Ah! Phoenix, get your damn child off of me, for God's sake.
I think they're almost here.
Just a little.
Uh,
Got it.
Why don't we go and check it out,
Oh.
AJ?
eh. Oh. Shut up. Ooh, big elephant. Hello. Edward is not happy. Aww. Justice Law Offices. That building better be improved in the future. I swear. Poor Apollo, though. He still has to live in the dirty insides. Now, of course, this is not the end of the game. Wait.
Go on, Mr. Hat. Introduce yourself.
I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I wanted to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut.
Seems Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust.
We're fierce rivals, you know. I can't let him hog the spotlight.
It's just not the same without Polly, is it?
Yeah, I kind of miss him too.
I know. We should go visit him and cry.
Yeah, there is the DLC. I am going to be doing the DLC. Not today, considering this is already long enough as it is.
After seeing Mr. Justice in action, I got to thinking, what can I do for Kurine? And it came to me, tourism. That's what. I'll develop Kurine's tourism industry and bring in more visitors. I'll roll out a night tour center on the Founders Orb. Oh, and make a museum dedicated to the Defiant Dragons. Oh boy, the ideas just keep coming.
We still have Albie being a businessman. Business child. But yeah, I really like all the main cases. All of them, I thought like all of them were enjoyable. Well, personally. Oh, hey! I want to congratulate you on becoming a forensic investigator, Detective Sky.
Thank you, but Prosecutor Samai says he hasn't needed me. So, starting tomorrow, I'll be working in Kurine for a while.
Look at it this way. It'll be an educational experience.
True, plus I can't let that kid show me up. I'll see what I can do for Kurine's revolution.
Well, challenges have a way of helping people grow. I look forward to our next investigation upon your return. Whew, the text goes so fast. Oh god, I don't even remember.
Turn that forehead face. Since you reveal our teleportation trick, shortcuts have totally dried up. likely be out on the streets if we don't find some work soon. Maybe we should take Trucy up on her offer. She said we can make our debut as
That's something just dropped outside. It sounded like a heavy metal just fell. I think it was the washing machine door. Just that sounded like a chunk of metal just fell. I don't know if that could actually be heard on the mic. Whew. It scared the crap out of me. Hello!
Crime is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. I have faith that Dirk and my darling trust will watch over me.
Have no fear. We'll see Dirk's last scene to the end. And just for Junior there, here's the secret to being a man amongst men. Behold, the Dutch pose!
It sounds like the Fata saying no more.
Come on, little guy, don't be shy.
Who's next on our chopping block of characters to watch?
Hey! I've been pulling double duty ever since Apollo left, but that's okay. I'm going to make Simon recognize me for the awesome lawyer that I am. She's waking her boots. Widget! I can do it, and I will. Mr. Wright will be calling me his right-hand woman before you know it. Let's do this.
Faith in me, yeah. I was wondering, like, I was trying to process what I was reading, and it's just like, faith in me. Oh, God.
Bucky! How dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state?
Don't be mad, Simon. There's a huge party at the shop, but should still taste fine. Here, try some.
You great big pillock! I just lost my appetite because of you.
It's fine, hard to find good help up these days. Wouldn't you say, old chum?
I just want food, for God's sakes.
Oh, hey, it's you.
That trial the other day really inspired me. I've even created a Kugo routine based on Shisho's case. It's a mystery story that'll keep flipping the audience's thinking on its head. It's called the Scary Udon Noodle.
You're giving away too much in the title.
Keeping the Tornado School going is our way of paying penance and repaying our debt to Shisho. And that includes Rakugo training for that kid Owen.
Blackwell has interesting friend group. I mean, he himself is interesting, so maybe it's only natural that he has equally as interesting people around him.
Oh, with my newfound mobility, even ancient ruins and their fancy schmancy Tomb Raider traps are no match for me. Fire!
The university where my father worked is letting me help with a dig. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization dedicated to him.
How else will be going on digging Karine soon? That private justice better not be slacking off.
I still think that I'm always going to hold this belief that if they're going to make another Ace Attorney trilogy, it should probably be wait, hold on. I didn't even read the first thing.
Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be a revolutionized Karain village. I have an idea. How about opening a store where you can buy new outfits like the city girls wear? Well, look who's all grown up now. But I think there are a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. I guess it'll be a while before I get my revolutionary makeover.
Let Pearl just wear something different. I still think that if they make another more Phoenix Wright games, obviously I think the easiest trilogy you can make, or one that with an easy main character, would be Athena.
How you stop being Nana? I want a new Nana. I wonder if there would be anyone willing to serve you in that capacity. You're quite a handful, after all. I am. With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. To think I put such undue burden on you. Fear not, Rafa. You have plenty of time in which to make amends. Perhaps you could start with one of your famous shoulder ups.
Oh no. Real love is Phoenix trilogy. Yeah. I do wonder if they will eventually make more Ace Attorney games. I feel like they're not going to be done with the series, because, I mean, they made the Ace Attorney... They made this game, or this trilogy.
Her benevolence has taken to call me Braidhead.
Even worse, she trembles and her face turns pale. What have I done to deserve such animosity? While it's true that I'm merciless within the Hall of Justice, to be given such a dismissive name is entirely uncalled for. What am I to do? Perhaps I should consult Apollo on this. I don't think that they're like done with the Ace Attorney trilogy. Only managed to get Oni, which means even nice. Because they made the Apollo Justice trilogy. So I feel like maybe there's a chance for more Ace Attorney games in the future, and I just hope there is eventually. How's he doing, Phoenix Wright? Great, he's a respectable lawyer on his own. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. Wait! I think I know who this other person is! It's Lamy, isn't it? It's Apollo's real mother. After all, they both grown to fine young people.
Perhaps it's about time they knew.
That had to have been Lamy. That's actually kind of surprising that there was any reference to that. I would say it's time to do. I know. Oh, I mean, I think they. Trying to. Oh gosh, all be misunderstanding. Yes, it's Landmark. Yeah, I thought so. That's the only thing I could think of. But yeah, we're not done quite yet with this game, because there's still the DLC case, which the only thing that I remember is that a certain character returns. The last, yeah, that's right. The main thing that I remember about the last case is, a certain character returning. Which will be interesting to see them again. And wonder how long these credits are. Because I still gotta see the post-credit scene. Actually, you can't actually skip these credits. I feel like I've noticed that some game... Feels like there's a lot more games that allow you to skip credits, but... Still some games that don't allow you. Oh well. I don't think there was any... Now I'm seeing how this end credits... Oh, I was about to say, why are they going to show for Case 4 here? Because Case 4 didn't have any, like, special animations in terms of, like outside of the static views. I noticed it was showing stuff about each case. I also do still want to try and play through the, So, after I'm done streaming this game, my next order of business, there are other games I'm thinking about from Danganronpa, to, other stuff, but the, Blackwell picked theme up. Oh yeah, there is that. I forgot about that. But, so that's fair. Anyways, the other games that I would like to try and play, but it's gonna be a bit weird to figure out how to get to recording, is the Miles Edgeworth games. I know that there are 2 games for Miles Edgeworth, one of which has a fan translation, so that would be nice to play. The only thing is I gotta figure out how to get that set up, but I will try and figure that out, because I do think it would be fun to play through those as well. Oh. Plus, it would... One's available mobile, gotcha. Plus, again, one's having a... If I were to play through those on stream, then it would mean I'd play through every Ace Attorney game, I think, on stream in some capacity. Aside for the Layton one. I know that there's the Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright one. That's excluding that. Buggy but playable. I'll look into my options. I'll figure out some way of playing. I'll figure something out. Dear Mr. Wright, I can't believe it's already been in a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say, it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. Aww. Oh boy.
Have you not given the autopsy report even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice?
It's just... I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Though I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. Oh, damn it. Please don't. Ow.
Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Karine's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster.
Yeah, I know. But...
Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more waiting your services.
Huh?
I too have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. I estimate you will only add about 16 clients to your caseload.
Help. Help. Huh? Huh? Wait just 1 minute.
I've been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read, from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law Offices.
Now listen here, Rafa. It's not free. I need money. No.
I've already received requests from 380 new clients.
I swear. Rafa!
I'm gonna have to say something, aren't I?
Poor Paulo. I trust you did your Cord to Steel exercise this morning. Well, go on. There's no need to hold back.
Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today.
If it's free.
Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead.
Dear God, all you people. There's really only one thing I can say at a time like this. It's a word I have said countless times in my career. One I'll never tire of.
Objection!
There's the end of Case 5, or Episode 5. Well, that's going to put an end for today's stream. So, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here and get food because I'm actually really hungry. I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I'm starving. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you all later. Peace.